let's get started. Okay, I think it's live. See two greens, the third one will follow. Today's topic is context menu. You're in the right. Everything is in order, and now start. So by context menu, we mean something like, actually get a better view. You right click or left click the raised bed, say this one. This has multiple growing spots. This should open menu. Basically, some kind of information panel that should let us control what's going on inside that unit. Now we have a working prototype in Godot, but I think it's now time to do a bit more, not pretty necessarily, but maybe an organized way of presenting the information. Say, if we have like 4 plants and then each plant will have its own set of buttons, that kind of thing. So for now, I think I'm going to structure here. Try this. It's going to be raised bed. Call this Mr. Raised Bed. We may not have names for some of these units in the garden, because then you go into kind of a weird territory of raised bed number 1, 2. We may just have a generic name. No, it's raised bed. It's just raised bed. We won't actually enumerate. There won't be one. Yeah, we'll see. That may not even be there actually. That's that. And then, of course, the size of this is all arbitrary. I'm deciding as I go. We definitely need something. Let's take this because the font size is okay. Here. Now this may be the tomato, the kind of tomato we are. The, looking at the unit here, that actually has 9 lettuce plants versus 4 tomato plants here. This was, of course, a prototype, like the background image you see. But I'm thinking of the example we have used so far, the boxed trellis unit that had 3 growing spots where the back fence is, and then 2 normal spots for plants that need a bit. Suppose I can open it from the Blender files. Let's see, trailer. This guy. 1, 2 for plants that need room. 1, 2, 3 spots here so things can climb up. Sort of thing. So I need to be presenting information in sections. So in the case of trellis, we'll have 5 spots. Um, we have a collapsible menu here. Each one of these titles will expand its own section. Clicking this will collapse this section so it can display its own part details. We go with a collapsible thing. However, the problem won't be that. The problem will be we have the same type of plant in all the growing spots. These are all going to read pretty Allen page. 4 of them. Then of course the next challenge is well, we need to display a bunch of properties for this plant. The most obvious ones might be shown next to its title. Might be a thing. Let me first duplicate this. It's for I think the highest we can ever have is 9. We could actually have more. Because we are planning to have an arbitrary shaped raised bed too. So, see, let me just structure here. So, we could even have 2 by 4. It's a valid. Because the idea is that 3 by 3 is actually make. Let's take this one out. Idea is that you kind of reach into the middle section and then still do something. But if it's like this, then it's still possible. In other words, the depth should never be more than 3. But in this case, it's 4. But I guess the point is this. No tile like while I do this is still okay. Because you could still reach this. That's please one more time. You can still reach this here. Yeah, it's an output shape, but I think this is still possible. Maybe this is not. Now we can't reach this. So basically, the distance from tile to its edge should never be more than one. From here to here, it's just one tile, and then you're out. Anywhere here, you are still one tile away, sitting the raised bed. Here, you are 2 tiles away. So, which means that we can actually have arbitrary shapes like here. Heck, you may even have a shape like this too, which is off. If you want it, you'll have it. This is fine too. So the reason why I'm actually doing this layout is to see how many items can we have. Better English, we can have. Let's move you down. You are fine. You want more? Funny thing is this. All this is fine. Is this fine? Because without this, sure you could reach in. Trying to update the rule with definition. From this tile in orthogonal directions, this should not be fine. Kind of feels like it should be. It's not, because from here you could reach in, but from here to the center, it's actually kind of breaks the orthogonality rule. This should not be fine. So the rule is that using orthogonal directions, if from any tile you need 2 tiles to exit the raised bed, this setup is not good. This is not good either. No, this is actually okay, because you are okay to have this or this, because then this will be accessible. Now, how can we enforce it? Suppose when the player wants to place more sections here, we'll be checking each, see if the closed environment is going to be a problem to access this piece. Then we will cancel the action. They may be able to do this. Still okay. It's an awkward shape, but because everything here is accessible within one time. This is accessible. 10, 18, 22. So we have 22 pieces in here. It's an awkward number. I think instead of doing an overall raised bed um, context menu, We may consider each one of these as its own unit. Because even in this spot, sometimes we'll have multiple growing spots. Let's say if you are planting carrot, you wouldn't want to plant one carrot in corner unit. I think we'll make that size 30 by 30 centimeters or maybe 40 by 40. So naturally you'll be planting maybe carrots. So I think the highest we can have is probably 9. We are planting like green onions. So then each unit will bring its own. So write this. And for the case of trellis, that's just the unit itself. Because that's still manageable. 5 is manageable. So essentially, group design side. So here, this context menu is kind of running for this corner unit. It's where this is positioned. Sort of like this. Now we talked about having some icons here. I mean, radio menu. Simulate that. Yeah, maybe we'll put them. See, so the icons will be, of course, destroying stuff. Should always be possible. Some kind of trash icon, delete icon. It's just a simple time icon here, so kind of using it for deciding the shapes, or how big the icon should be. Let's collect a few icons here and there from Repic. But I have my um they're generic UI buttons like close, okay, cancel. Curious. Okay. Huh. Sort okay. It's called track. You can always make from flat icon. We still need to give the custom flat line. I think 128 is fine. We must. I already have the reference to this in credits file. Keeping track of names of creators so that we can actually give attribution in the game credits. What the? Here's Um, Now, with some game units, we should let the player move the unit or rotate it. I don't think that's a viable option for if you do that. Let's discuss this scenario. If you have a pot, there's a plant in it. You should be able to move the pot freely to another spot in the garden. It's a trellis. If it's the kind of that is like box trellis, so that the back panel is basically attached to the box itself. That's just lifting it and carrying to a different. It's good too. If you have the kind of trellis that is attached to a wall, there is actually there are there's stuff growing on it. When you move it, there's a chance that you'll be harming the plant. You're just attaching like healing to a different wall. That should still be possible. When it comes to raised beds, they are more like a permanent structure. Now, when you want to, because even when you want to add extension to it, kind of an awkward thing. Because in real life, you would be taking the side panel off, planks, and then creating, let's say, you want to extend stuff. So you want to actually extend it like this, or this. We know this shape is not good. What is the possibility here? So a plank all the way around. So you gotta take the planks on the side. So there's going to be soil exposed. Then you need to cut new planks for this side only longer. So and then maybe reattach the same planks that essentially what you are doing. You're extending this side, but you're interacting with. So essentially, pretty much everything about this raised bed is exposed except the side here. Which is kind of a game design point right now. When you finalize the shape of the raised bed, want to change the shape, I suppose to keep things simple, we can just say, well, you know what, you're going to destroy the whole everything in that whole bed. Just adding one more unit or a few, you're destroying the whole bed. I mean, if we are smart about it, we may actually there's a less chance that these plants here will get damaged. A lot of these plants will something like. Nevertheless, I think we are still good with the number of things to show here. So that's decided now. Let's think about this part again. Deletes the whole bed. Actually, if I'm showing these buttons only for this, You know what? I think if we delete only this part, we will have to update things visually in the game anyway. So this plank that is actually all the way along this side, we'll have to cut short so the model can actually display this side planked. So you would have corner like this, sort of cubed off. Okay. So then delete is essentially still deleting the unit. So then when we do that, because we are going to be updating the well, usually these two tiles references. Right? Now they're essentially corner units instead of just being a side. Because we'll know which models we are updating for these two. Whatever plans they have, they are going to have some kind of some chance that the plants they are holding will get damaged. Not nothing else will be touched. So essentially, if you are removing all this, you are basically hitting all these 5 units here too. They will have an equal chance of getting damage, but nothing here will be. So I guess the real difference between real life and game version is that in real life you would have to take the whole side off, which would actually damage all here. In the game, we'll only assume that whatever is exposed from this side, these 5 tiles, will have a chance to be damaged or expose their content. So essentially, deleting is just the. I don't think we should offer any rotation here. Because in the case of a raised bed, you're not really rotating. You're always laying out kind of up-down view, and then do all the edge and corner calculations, so we can actually have an enclosed environment. It's fine. So what you can do is maybe this, not exactly move this piece from here to here, but that would you delete this. You basically forfeit whatever plant is growing. Then you go to the menu, by new raised bed unit, just put it in the corner, and then the game calculates this to be basically like a peninsula. This has 3 sides, and this side here, the plank here will be gone. Getting this here. And again, because we'll be updating the model of this, which actually would here, so it's going to be removed to accept this. This unit will also have a chance to be damaged too. It's going to be kind of fun, right? That so delete is okay. Rotation is not there. Moving is not. I suppose we can still have a water and a fertilization icon. Now we can have those two for individual growing spots in that unit, because if you are growing different things inside the same unit, you may want to be a bit more careful about your watering policy. So going to be a drop. This I think we can actually. Let's actually make this. It's fine. Essentially, let's do the half here. Good enough. Actually, was it Shift X? Okay. We just have to add 2 points. This is the arc mind. So what do we need? We need these points. Let's see, get there. Let's not touch that because that. This is actually, I was hoping straight possible. Up, compensating it. When you do Shift X, you are drop. And I think for this we can go a bit more freehand. Let's see, pen, put a dot, put a dot here, and then skew it. I think I'll do it this way, halfway. Just a hand. I feel ambitious. I don't think I'm going to put another control point here. I think with just 2 control points, we should be going to close this. Let's see. Let's see if the ambition need to be like here, here. Okay. You should be. I think this is where we press the Alt in Fireworks. I think, yeah, to move it freely. There. Otherwise, they kind of collapse and then they always mimic each other's route. You can come. Yeah, I'm a bit pushing it with the 2 control points. Normally, you would have one more control point here to find the curvature, but since this is one curve, thinking I could actually get away with it. Now, the reason why I don't think I'll be able to get away with it is because this is actually making a sort of an inward shape here. Like it's concave here and it gets convex here. That's why we are approximating. This isn't exactly one line or one curve. There's actually so much going on there that in reality it won't be possible to do it with just one Bezier curve. It's one more. But this is what I'm going to try to see. If I do Shift X and let's change the color to if this shape is good enough, then it's fine. Good enough. Because when this gets small, no one is going to notice if there's actually a sort of like a changing curve here. It's, because you are going to be grouped, you are going to be kind of as small as 30 pixels. 28. No one is going to notice. It's that small. These are all arbitrary sizes. Colors are not fixed yet. So we have water drop icon to figure out what else. Fertilization. Fertility. Let's see what comes up. Now, fertilization. What I'm going to say will be true for watering as well. But it's easier to grasp what I mean. Fertilizer example. You could have the pre-purchased fertilizer, which will have NPK values. We may also use our own compost, which means when you hit the fertilizer button, what is it that the player is doing in reality? Which inventory item are we using? Similarly, for water, you will be storing water in rain barrel. You may be having water available coming from the tap, that kind of thing. What does it actually entail? If it brings its own context menu, it might be a little bit too crazy, but maybe not. What if we hit water here and this opens its own few little buttons here? We can have that. And we could have that. Just an idea. Then PK. Distribution is required. Now this looks so specific that I'm thinking this might be one of the two options that we when we hit that. Is if we need something a bit less specific than MP. Depicting fertilizer option. Nevertheless, I think I'll be down. Download are still from free. We'll give attribute. I already have the link to it, so that's fine. More icons from Let's look at the virtualization icon. This really look like the meal. And remember, it's going to be small. I mean, I can make it maybe 48 pixels, like the overall icon, the circle. No matter what, I think some icon that goes into it will be still small enough. And then sometimes we'll have spray options too. Compost tea. This kind of looks cute, actually. Happy plant. The premium. So we filter this. This is kind of more like fertilizing or planting like I think maybe this is the best. This up arrow indicates that we are boosting the plant. Sort of the soil sim. I think we could use this. This from flat icon. I think I need to add this to the credits because it only comes as PNG zip like in other sites. And just need to know the name. Goes into the credits file. Yeah. It's done. Wrong page. kind of cute. Actually, see the frame is don't really need that. We make you 28. How small will we get? Perhaps too small. I think these should be 48. And then maybe these guys should come with a this essentially fill centered, something like perfectly centered because and now we might have to make you because of that I see shadow thing going on. Make you 52, make you 48. All three of you will be centered. We're kind of cutting it too close, but I actually want to convert this to a component right away. This is going to be either useful or impractical right away. Also kind of want to change look of this. You turn into a component. You should go components page. Will be somewhere here. Let's label you. Context menu icon. I think you are going to have a big section here. You are going to have variants. And this one will be, and this property name will be action. So what action this icon is taking, it's either for watering, fertilizing, for moving the item. Uh, we'll change the looks of this based on the variant. We need a new variant. Will be trash. We already have the icons. So it's trash. Suppose I could have already made one component here. Base. I use that component as the Let's kind of do that. Right. You can always delete it later. What if the big one, right? What if there was no shadow here? Just a normal fill, normal stroke. This one has an inner shadow. And what if it was as simple as like this? Has a funny look to it. This is a fill color and a stroke color. This is a linear fill. Linear. Uh-huh. I think we can just do this with radio. The whole thing. I don't need that inner, because this is radio. We need this, which is going to be, this is going to be white at some point. And it's going to be white here. And we are going to be somewhere here. And in between, and your color will be, the outside color is fine. Now when you disable this guy, just need to make the selection a bit more this. Bar here. I think that's how it's done. 0. That's just basically one ellipse. Still gives that look. 0. It's kind of hard to see what is going on here, but that's the icon's fault, not the. What if I only kept the what if we only kept the plant and the poop part? And maybe put an arrow here. Because if you just keep the plant and the dirt, it's going to look like, well, it's kind of planting icon. Now, speaking of which, in some version of this game, we were planning to click erase bed and then hit the plant icon to bring up what to. Fertilizer thing is actually tricky. It's time to grab some chocolate. Get the much needed bag of fertilizer will do the trick. I think I'm gonna go with NPK as the main fertilizer symbol because that's easier to break it to the player that when you fertilize plants, you're essentially adjusting their NPK values intake because plants that have more green parts tend to have more nitrogen that makes the green part, as far as I remember. Like a thicker, healthier stem growth is the nitrogen, and there's the potassium and phosphate and potassium is the K. And one lets you have uh, better fruit or like more fruits on it. Because if you don't adjust them, then you may have greener plants than plants that actually give you more fruits. And if you're growing tomatoes, you'd rather have more. You'd rather eat more tomatoes than look at a healthier, greener tomato, like just bunch of green, thick stems, and no fruit is growing on it. Just going to have thick stems. You don't want to have that. And then if you encourage fruit growth, and if there are no thick stems, then the fruit will be too heavy, and then the whole thing will kind of be like crushing, will be crushed under its own weight. So you don't want to have it either. I think we had an MPK version of that. Of course, now that I'm looking for it, it's not there. Just type MPK, see what comes up. I think our search key was fertilizer PK. Was it on this side? Yeah, I think so. This one. Free pick. I can always go for SVG too later. Okay, we have free pick already attributed. That's fine. You are good. Okay, that's the symbol. Maybe we'll use this for compost or something like that. So I think you should always fit in sort of 32, no? That seems to be the, I think 32 is really the maximum we can be. You have to be in this space. You gotta go away. Then you two should actually smarten up. We had a water icon which was in context menu, right? So you should move yourself to, you know, I think I'm happy with this icon now. So I'm still going to make that a component because I predict a lot of these things will change. So you as an ellipse, you should turn into a component. No, I don't see the component symbol here, but I do remember making components out of components or bringing a component into the space of another component. Let's let's first paste our water icon here. Let's take this, click outside, paste it. Now you are like this. You're essentially a circle for you to be silly. So you are going to be a component. You are going to be a context menu icon. This actually icon type may go somewhere else too. This is round. Don't write specific stuff. So it's worse. Round icon base. Base round icon. Round icon, that's the purpose, and the state comes later. Sure. You are that. You, we are going to copy you. You're going to be somewhere. Let's move you out of the way. Sort of like this. When we paste you inside this guy's space, you are there. You are going to get rid of ellipse. Order has to change. Perfect. Now we gotta do the same thing for other ones. These two ellipses are going. Now if I make change to round icon base, all the bases here will change for all these icons. Now this could still be the compost. I don't care. Or this could be the commercial MPK. This is just the basic fertilization icon. We need one for the compost. Let's see if these guys actually create a compost. Aha, that's it. This is the compost. It's either this or this or this. Which one looks more square-like? This looks more square-like. Bounding box. This has more character. A bit more rectangular. Let's get both. I am a human. Last I checked, I still was. But I could be wrong. So you should be in this guy's space. Done. See, this is, I shouldn't have done this 32. So you should be sort of in this guy's space. This. Let's make you 48 first. Center. 44. 40. 36. See, when you do 32, then top is always fine, but then this is too always sort of touchy. its inner edge. It's like this one. I think this is centered. Let's make it 34. You're off 1 pixel. There's just so much going on here. It's hard to understand what is going on. It's clear here. I mean, the colors are still a little bit too close, but here it's buried inside that green shape. It's hard. So plus we'll need something else, such as there was that compost tea like thing, fertilizer. This is interesting too. But I like that other box one. So was it again in fertilizer? There was something about this thing. Spray. I'll pick this first, or maybe this one. This is more contrast. See how this goes. Let's start with 64. I think I'm kind of making a bit of operational mistake here. I may need the paths to all these things that I'm using for marketing purposes, not for attribution reasons. Okay, here, so you are in that space. That's good. Go away. You, a 48 first. I think 36 will be, it's fine. Perfect. So compost tea, just to compost. So we need the commercial fertilizer option, something that looks like a bag, something like this. Something that also has an up arrow, something like that. We could always do add arrow in Figma, because we will later have just a soil bag of soil in different parts of the game to fill boxes. I think this is what I'm going to do most likely. Just get the plant part and the soil and put an up arrow. That's going to look like we are just fertilizing it, because the bag with soil in it is more likely to be used when you are filling a pot that you are basically accessing a bag of soil and that kind of thing. It's VG. I think I did open this in let's cut this part out too so we can actually figure how to bring this forwards. Range, bring to front. If anyone says, does this mean uprooting? We'll tackle that battle later. Or like, it's not square like. What do we need? We need to make this wider. Yeah, it's more square. And let's fill this negative space here. What are you doing? The other way around. Kind of need that white contour around the arrow. May even come up here. This. That way, kind of going to free yourself. This doesn't need to be extending. Yeah. Then maybe if you tuck yourself here. A bit more like that. That's still square-like, because I'm within the space of the dirt. This maybe is a bit up so that it doesn't look like accidentally the bottom of this is up. Good. Or good enough. What's the shortcut to change the artboard to flip the artboard so that it's as big as the object? You would think that was. It says artboards. Let's see. Hit to selected art. Good. However, I see. I think that's an artifact. The fact that I'm seeing this here, I would like to think that's an artifact. Save this. Save it. Been saved. Put it. Okay. I think it looks okay. Can we now? Not that. Not this. This. Can we just drag and drop SVG in here? We can. Awesome. So we need another state. This one is water. See, it's all wrong, but we'll change it. It's easy to change this. We just need another one. Let it be action 4. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Don't need you. You smaller. 40 is fine. Perhaps 36 is fine. 40. 34. Even 32 might do it. 32 will do it. I think that's it. Let's see how that looks. Like shit. Those red arrows, of course, looked okay in its own large preview. Let's see if we can salvage those. That little arrow is not doing it. You little shit. I think one of them is just going to be enough. I can always make it a little bit bigger, but let's make it a little bit bigger. You are bigger, right? I think it's fine. because if this opens, these three things open up uh, when you click this MPK, and you get the idea that you are fertilizing, then that's fine. So now you are um, you're essentially a commercial fertilizer. Can we put space? I think we can. I kind of want to pick different use compost, use compost tea, use compost tea, post commercial fertilizer. That's the action. Just fertilizer. Fertilize. Okay, we'll take care of the water next. This is going to be water. Smarten up. We're going to be in this object space. Okay. Are you? You are. You are going to be this thing like that. Just need to perfect. I liked where this was sitting, but the hue was wrong. And this should also come more to the. You do it this way. One is fine, so it's like this. Perfect. Should be 6 because you have room. What I mean? Not too big. Might even be considered a bit big. That's fine. I think I'm gonna make a phone call, and we'll continue after that. Stream will be on pause. We'll continue with the context menu. I think we need to do bucket and a rain barrel, something like that. But we'll continue this. Okay. Let's see where we go. Water icon. The drop. Water drop. So we could actually have some kind of a rain barrel. Let's see if they have rain barrel. Because we do have rain barrel. Game. Something that looks like a barrel. I think I should search this in the other side. Because this seems to be the place to go for icons. We could not find any matches for rain barrel. It's a shame. And yet your parent site has some examples. Bye. Um, these look like barrels that you could hold alcohol in it. This looked like oil barrel, somewhere in between. Something a bit like this. Actually, I've seen rain barrels that actually have this rustic look too. This is more like it. Only we had a colored version of this. This site didn't pick up any rain barrels, but maybe they were barrels. Perfect, that will be colored. We'll actually modify it as we go. Trying to find something for friends side. Let's see. Sky. This is actually fish. Too simple. Maybe we need some kind of a tap. I think I saw one with a tap on the side. Let's see. So how come we have this doesn't have it? The tap but on the side when it was. This is the one that I'm looking for. Side. We'll just put a circle in the middle and call it. This is the shape that sort of metal band. Yeah, funny. It's not the same distribution. Okay, maybe we'll do it in more detail some other time. We'll just pick one of these and we'll be okay for now. So let's pick this one. It's 64. We download this. Barrel is here. Drop. Kind of need some kind of a circle there, right? This is our shape. Tap. Will get smaller. Let's add a new variant. This will be rain barrel. I'm still on the fence whether rain barrel is a compound word or two separate words. Some websites call it together, put it together, or it's separate. Um, Separate. It's fine. This is gonna go into the size it. This water icon is going. I think you should be 36. And then you might still be too big. Near the bottom. Something like 4. This should be like something like. Okay, that's the rain barrel. I think we need what was it? Garden hose. Look at the model names. I think it was called garden sprayer. Let's open the Blender file and see where we are. Okay, this is the sprinkler. But we want to actually use this in the context menu. The sprayer for killing the pests, that kind of thing. That's fine. Pruner is pruner. Don't need that. I thought we had. Oh, I think that's attached to the hose. Let's see, hose. This guy, right? We have something like that. Attachment. I think this is called nozzle. Yes. So we need an icon for this. Hi. When we say nozzle, looks interesting. I think that looks like a not exactly pump. Thanks. Um, when we just type hose, okay. Yes, people, yeah, considered that. I think this could be the icon. I was already going to suggest to have the droplet in the when the nozzle is finished. That's actually okay. It actually comes with the hose anyway, so that's the style I'm going for. Right, it's square enough. The color is fine. Do here what we have here. This looks interesting. Sure, whatever. Smash icons. Distribution is required. 64. Free download. We'll add you. Copy link. Add you to our credits file. Have been added. Distribution will be given. Pose 64. We need a new variant. Plus. Pose. I think it's saved at 48. We'll go in here. Is gone. Let's do 40. 6. We might have to go down to 34 or 5. Because the bounding box is still too large. I think that's clear enough. So we have water from rain barrel, from hose. What else? We did not do the trash. That's how this whole thing started. Let's actually have. Let's see if we have a trash icon that actually has some neutral blue color. I think that looks like gray. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to make essentially a rectangle here. Some rounded little rectangle here. We'll account for the middle parts, so that's fine. Just a path. Part. Shift X. Side, let's do center. On here. 5. I thought this was bottom left, top left. Oh, I see. Okay. We anyway make this 5 5. Can you go higher than here because it's insignificant. That's it. Now, when you give this some thickness, it's going to be the same. But since we'll shrink the icon, this is actually duplicate this. Move this up here. This is pretty much the same thing. Trunk 7 7, something like this, and this is um this even it maybe it was 34. Should be okay, and like that. And you, sir, you will be actually first here. Fix it. Pull you down. Shift X. Corner smoothing. Because I see. Because I changed the rectangleness. This you no longer have multiple values, but this might do. Let's double click and then maybe I'll be break this down. Let me add midpoints. I think we can. But I think this is adding a new object. Let's see. It's not good. Kind of good. Let's fix this to 0. But I could be smart about this. Pulling it away with the simple math here. Corner radius. I not the same object anymore. Okay, I think this is what I'm going to do. In these two, I need to create midpoint. Escape. This will have to be straight, but this thing is the put it in the wrong place. But the idea is still okay. Delete this, start over. Need one point here. one point here. Close yourself. Now you're done. This, I don't need you to do. So control this. Something like this. Will actually, yeah, stretch yourself. This maybe should be a different color so we actually good. Just have to mirror this. That's it. This, then we this part, this to come or like this. That's about it. We have these vertical lines. That's L. Yes, not exactly vertical. Rounded. And you copy paste shift A here, line, then L is going to shift Alt C, Alt V. Could also be 1 pixel here. Again, that inside, or we'll see. Maybe the thickness will have to be 2 pixels anyway. Speaking of which, like it, and this has to be on off this way. Okay. Let's make all of you 2 pixels as well. Color difference, selection, all be this. What was that color that I liked? Sort of like this. I think you need to be filled with sort of, then you need to be, and maybe yeah, these outlines should be black like that, like this is gray. Uh, I think the shape, we got the shape. No matter what I do, that's going to look. This is kind of the shape. Group this, about 100 to 100. The Let me make a copy of this to see if I can actually make this. We'll have to quiz you. I'll try to put this in the trash icon. I think are going to be 40 subjects. Okay, will be gone. You might get away with this. Fine, because when we do 32 here, could even go for 34. This is looking up. This horizontal spacing. That did not make it. One. The problem is this is always kind of one pixel. This is actually good, but by itself, it's not entirely centered. Always going to look up. Maybe if I change. Sure. 32 this. Okay, that's not too bad. If we did this, it's more square, but then it'll look too stubby. I think the only art direction I made because it didn't scale the rounded. Those values stayed static. It's too curved. We get it. It's that's that. Now the best part of this is when we bring the icons, instead of having these silly icons here, we can now have our own pretty icons here. So we are going to have fertilize icon. We are going to have water icon. We are going to have trash icon for fertilize will come with compost tea, this water rainbow. Okay, so we have three major groups. And a bit of chocolate. This trash is So the idea was to have one single question: why is the frame go here? Shrink the frame. I think we gotta do this for because I think the original shape actually. Let's do the selection. Back to the context menu. 10 pixels. The idea is to have them some arbitrary center point, and then they are kind of in a radial display. The reason for that is more radial stuff coming up. Up. Okay. You may have to some eyeball it. So when this is clicked, it actually have 3 more options come up. That's where the juicy stuff will happen. So this was going to be compost tea, compost, or commercial fertilizer. We have to make sure these 3 options belong to this I giant test water icon. I think we kind of got this idea, right? This is what uh, this is just a silly rectangle that I created. It's okay. You click this, they kind of open diagonal like this. And what is the relationship really? This is going to be rain barrel or hose. These 2 will open if you click. Thinking. While I'm thinking about this, maybe I can be more productive. So we said we could have maybe at most 9. 9 types of plants. Types is the wrong word. 9 units. I'm thinking in some cases we might even have 16, because if we do the, what was it, square foot, have that book, gardening, that is suggesting that in a 30 by 30 centimeter patch of soil, so you could plant 9 carrots, and in some cases just one big lettuce. And then maybe with onions you could go like 16, that kind of thing. So that way you know your harvest. You don't arbitrarily just plant things, you know. That's the suggested method. We could pretend that we have, like, say, normally one big tomato plant in one of these raised bed units. Yeah, I think plan is this. These icons will uh, we said that when we have this context menu, it's only showing one unit out of two by two raised bed itself. So clicking these will water, let's say, the whole, like, 4 units. But then there will also be water icons just to water this particular unit. And then if this unit was the trellis itself, this is actually going to list 5 different plants. And then for each plant, you may want to water. Okay, I think I'm going to simplify it for the time being. Then, like, I'll create the most generic case, then we'll specialize it later. This is going to be just a trellis. Okay, pretend we hit a trellis in the game world. Could have 5, at most 5 spots here. We have to take care of the display here. Click these icons. You are basically watering all 5 spots. This is just a trellis action. So we need the water icon for individual spots here too. As usual, we will kind of need fine printing as we have it. It's consistent. We will most likely need a scroll bar. It's big. We'll see. What else? Um, in the case of trellis, maybe we'll have two super Italian paste plants and maybe green peas. Maybe the third one will be red beans. That's it. Now each one will have their own health, as well as the trellis sort of situation. Because this kind of thing will be used for displaying arraying barrels. That is to, it won't have its growing spots, I'm trying to create some kind of information panel. And at some point I'm gonna have to eat something, but let's see. Another 10 minutes. So yeah, we wouldn't wanna maybe clutter like 5 icons here. So maybe we'll keep this kind of structure here. Let's write some arbitrary stuff. This font is too big here, but I think let's put this, say, what is our design note? Let's see. The business of growing things. Plant condition, nutrition, water. A lot of different measurements here. So let's kind of write headlines here, right? I'll just put this tab side. So we need something like nutrition. Um, Water. We'll call it moisture. Or I'll call it thirst. Plant is that's yeah, that's I think another indicator is how much light. I think we will call this exposure. Now exposure could go two different ways. It's either exposure to the light or to the wind. I think most people will think of exposure from photography that it's actually light exposure. By wind exposure, we actually mean how sturdy this plant is, how strong, basic um, sturdiness. Too little light exposure to wind, altitude, temperature. I think beyond the nutrition and thirst, I may have to group the other two, three conditions under one identifier, and then maybe there will be a paragraph written. Now, that's a bit of an awkward design because then you kind of have to read the whole thing instead of seeing like key value pairs. But yeah, it seems we have five qualities or five conditions. Nutrition and thirst are obvious. Now, the funny thing is the interpretation of some of these conditions are related, or the reasons are related. Um, when the nutrition is low, plant will look yellow or what something is either missing or too much something in the. But essentially, yeah, when nutrition is low, you'll see it. When it's too windy, then you'll see the plant is healthy but sort of looking tired. And also, it's getting enough nutrition, but sun is too much. The plant may also look like it's droopy. Okay, let's add one more, and then this is turning into a game design decision, I think. Down a bit late. Exposure sturdiness. I think we'll call this sunlight. I don't think it's a compound word. It is actually. Sturdiness. Sturdiness, the state of being vigorous and robust. I think that's the right word. Good health, healthiness, the state of being vigorous and free from bodily or mental disease. Property of something that is strongly built. Yeah. So we'll describe if there's too much wind. It's looking of whether it's protected or not. That kind of temperature is also going to be playing a role in. So some of these things will actually interact with each other. Say temperature, it's like not liking the environment because there's too much sunlight. Therefore, the temperature is too high. It's feeling maybe thirsty. That kind of thing. Okay. We have to put all this inside each, and then also put the relevant buttons under each section to take the necessary action. And I think on that note, I'm going to take the most necessary action, which is to eat. So stream on break, and I'll come back as soon as I eat, and then we'll come. We've outsourced the food production. I'll stop when the food arrives. We will need to write some description for all. Um, Now we could actually put short words, kind of quantifier of writing description. Now, normally, if the plant is missing nutrition, you'll actually notice it because the color will be different, yellow or brown or that kind. You can go with a visual description. That's one way of doing it, or kind of go about it like this. Uh, this we know 5 is necessarily needed, but do use solid this stroke. Well, I don't know, 5 like levels of nutrition. That it's like not 5 out of 5. And when you want to define the values for thirst, is lower better? Say you want to go with either dots like this or 80%, or in this case it's actually 40%. What does 40% thirst mean? Does it mean that it's actually taken that it has 40% of its moisture requirement, therefore there's 60% missing? That makes much more sense. But when you put 40% next to thirst, it's like, well, it's 40% thirsty, it's not 100% thirsty. Because if it was 100% thirsty, it would actually be completely dry. So then the word and the value is kind of contradicting. Because when you look at the word nutrition, when you have more nutrition, makes sense that these will fill out. But when you have more thirst, if they're all filled out, it's kind of bad. Shouldn't confuse the player. Similarly, how do you even measure sunlight? Do you get enough or too much? And then how do you even measure sturdiness? I think we may have to go with a word, uh, like verbal description, that it's windy, that it's not getting enough water, it's not getting enough nutrients. If there is going to be any kind of visual feedback with some kind of like thing filling out, we could actually have some kind of spectrum. I think I know we could have some kind of range that like on the lower hand it's not enough, and on the top end it's kind of we are still actually kind of going to have the same problem here, but it may give a much better range of possibilities. For example, this water icon, right? Take you out of here. So we are creating some kind of scale angle. See if I can pull that off. I think what we need to do is this U, but merge you here. This is sort of the water spectrum, right? You are going to have a color. I think this is this color, right? It's one, yeah. And we are going to have some uh, identifier here, how thirsty it is. If I recall, under component range, well, take this out of here, see if we can actually visualize it here. Now this may actually have a generic color or just a watercolor, but black for now. Go white, I think. And it's gonna go all over here anyway. Just working out the concept. The water icon might be too big. May want to have a smaller and a bigger one here. We could actually have some presets here. Half, 75, 100%. Maybe that way we don't actually have to write like if it's 39%. It's just meeting some kind of it's about matching a state. Say something is really thirsty. Yeah, the value here, like, okay, thirst. What is another word that I can use? If everything here is F in the dryness. What is another word for? I think I'm just going to lay this out, and then something about the management of this is coming to my mind. Maybe the visual cues will help me figure this out. I see this wind icon here, sort of icon, like the compost. There's this sort of wind symbol, right? I think we can do a little bit better than that. It's about the sturdiness. By sturdiness, we mean wind, something like that, like wind. The thing here is looking windy. Okay, windy. I think we need the SVG. Thank you. Done. Download wind SVG. Right click, open with Illustrator. Done. This this thing. We are going to export two different things. One is object artboard. Shrink. Get the selected art. I guess it's already the way it is anyway. We'll remove these two things. They hide them. These two are good. We are going to save this as low wind. Figma. 0. Low wind and wind. That way. The low wind, here's the. See, despite all my attempts, it's still Figma to the rescue. You are 36 high, 20 something. It's more like it. I want to group you because you are going to cause trouble with individual selections. You are fine. Go away. This should be 36 as well. Problem is, this is too. Can we actually change the shape of this? Awesome. Hello. 46. You are now 46. Should make you also make you okay, and you are going to be 20. Still a prototype. We'll see. Maybe wind will be color sort of light green. That's fine. These two will maybe, I don't know, still deciding. Be black, maybe. I think this is what I'm going to do. This, but in somewhere here. You are going to be this, but sort of here. Okay, each one will maybe will have its own marker color. 36, 36, you're too big, sir. 22. This. Okay. Now, temperature. It's obvious that it's going to be red. Maybe this is red. Somewhere here. And temperature icon might be the Celsius degree. Or maybe this. High temperature, low temperature. If that sun icon is too much, then it could just depend on the scale here. What I don't like is this. I like this snowflake and the blue, but then the shape of the thermostat is not quite the same art style. I think I may go with this and then just swap the colors, or I'll actually do this color change here. So it's SVG. This. Something went wrong. Download. I think I need to make another copy of this. So is even grouped. For the first time, something did not come grouped. Copy, paste. Okay. Artboard fits to artbound. This is to be this. You have to be something like perfect. You have to be shrunk a bit. Don't think it would be naive to do it like this. course not. Can we individually select these things? I know we can, but it's as if so that's kind of reassuring. Now we just have to pull down this path. Trying to, but I think this is that. Okay. How about this though? You're a separate shape. I see. Holy shit. It may not be the same thickness. I think it probably is now because I moved it out 4 pixels down. Besides this, I think this looks good. And of course, extremely disappointing. It's a big fuck you. It's a big fuck you. We also have to put you all the way down, right? This. You have to this. I think so. We'll have to adjust this. Somewhere there. Okay. Now let's do the color change. You are going to be something like this. You're going to be something like this. Save this file. Was it Control 0 to zoom out? Okay. The food may have arrived, so I may have to stop soon, very soon. We just have to change the symbol to a snowflake. And I think we might be done. Um, where did I see a decent snowflake icon? The previous page. Something like this. That will take it from a different different icon. I kind of like this guy's style actually. Looks like two extensions instead of three. Excuse me. Okay. So copy, paste. Oh, it has two parts, which is okay because we kind of need a flat color, right? I think this is the color I'm going to make. Now you have to be, I think you are good. That might be a perfect match. And of course, we have to cut the crap. That's it. That's it, 100%. This may need a stroke color. Something like this, because needs some substance to it. Rulers, show rulers. So when I add the stroke, does it add the stroke around itself or into its own space? And it tries to add in, like centers it actually. 4 or 5 is enough. So let's save this. Okay, now let's Figma it. This is, I think I call this hot SVG. Let's bring the hot SVG here. What's this? Okay. First of all, I think you should be something like 140. That's fine. Then we'll take you two. Okay. You'll be cut, pasted here. You'll be grouped. You're just one thing. You should be your own group. Okay. And you bye bye. This stroke here is too strong. It's not even going to matter when we scale it down. You two, cut, paste here. So you are going to be somewhere here. 36. Ooh. Yeah, this doesn't scale. It's okay. This should replace this guy. Something like this. And this actually, honestly, shouldn't have to be that big. That's it. Uh-huh. Something like this. We'll make this the same color as this, perhaps. We'll see. You go away. You come here. You are going to be 36. And you might be done. Now this might be too big as well. Perhaps could have changed this in Illustrator. fine. That's what Figma is for. What's this? I may have to move this a little bit out there, in case there's not enough substance here. Let's see. I think this is definitely going in the right direction. So we have temperature, sturdiness, described as wind, thirst. So we need sunlight and nutrition. I think we could do that with small sun and big sun. Because having some kind of spotlight icon might be giving the light information, but perhaps it's too artificial, right? Yeah, we have stuff like this. Maybe we'll actually have one not filled and another one is filled, and maybe the spikes will be bigger. I think the food is here, so we'll continue this after I consume some food. See you later. you are going to get some sunlight. Let's look at our options here. Maybe we'll go with the 6. Kind of like this idea too, that there's some horizon and semicircle. I like that. I think that might be better to adjust the whole height. I'll tell the reason why. Because if we go with a big circle, full circle, and a small circle for the left and right case, then the small case, like the less sunlight case, the icon will look maybe too small. Now we are compensating here with this shape because shape itself is big enough to, in comparison to its full scale, it's more or less the same. The water, we may have to adjust it, but we shouldn't have two really off-sized icons. I think what we really need here, so we may, I think I'm going to use this. Zoom in, big, 6400. I think we definitely need, oh yeah, some kind of circle. Let's make you 27. Line is L. Actually, I will first change the arc here. Okay. 50, that's good. L for this. And we need the spikes. Um, we may even make this smaller. Need these spikes. I'm actually drawing it here so I can have the angles. We'll do the scaling later. This might be off 1 pixel. And all of you will have rounded. Let's group you. Pull you here. Yeah, let's make you a bit smaller. This is also going to be smaller. Um, I see. I think when I frame this, it's going to occupy as little space as possible. We'll see. Right now, this is 42 something. What's the widest we've done here? 36. And yeah, this should be no wider than 36. That means actually this should be 36. Let's make it center. Naturally, you should be this sort of, it'll get lighter, like brighter yellow when it's in full. This, be grouped. Actually, even better, this should maybe be framed. Frame selection. Let's do this. Still is, this is going to screw up the calculations here. Mind you, I'm kind of doing it manually. We need something like this. It's actually yellow. That's it. See, that's brighter. Should copy Shift H, no, Shift V. This is where we might have to make this smaller. But altogether, this is going to be 37. This is already 17. Oops. What is going on? Oh, of course, when I do this, I'm looking for vertical spacing, which is actually vertically spaced. Now, this is still a little bit big. Doesn't really quite convey what I want. Needs a bit more fixing. And we maybe so that's the problem. This is not exactly. Let's make this 16 now. There's something off there with the. I might have to put an extra line here. I think that should be one off. And maybe with the rounded, we'll actually take it back. Let's put it outside. That's it. Let's look at it from here. We'll make those lines a little bit different color, but this is 30 pixels tall and this is 37, so there's a bit of room for making a bit bigger. perhaps 18. So one this way, which then kind of changes the whole rhythm. I think that's more balanced. Bit more fine-tuned way we can always do it. Let's actually do it on group. I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to rearrange this. And this is then going to be grouped, duplicated, and Shift V, copy paste, Shift V, Shift H. Almost there. Yes, I did not account for this part. Should have been a little bit out too. Like that. Okay. 37, perfect. Now, can we actually make all this selection color? Okay. Close enough. Let's make this a bit brown, sort of horizon color. Green is fine. It's gonna kind of disappear into here anyway. And we'll make it so that the range is vertically centered according to the icons on the right hand. Because if we align their bottoms, then there's going to be too much sticking out. Especially in this sun icon, if the bottom is aligned, then it's going to look awkward. Especially in this case. If it's like this, kind of gives you the direction that it's growing, increasing to the right. But you should get the idea because of the slider, not because the icon is like, then it's going to look really weird. For example, let's actually put this in the kind of in the middle though. Yeah. Okay, this is essentially gonna be here. Now is the time to adjust those colors and whatnot. Let's make sure that we are getting everything we need. What's this? Something here. What's this? Something underneath here that's creeping. Frame. There you go. This low wind. Oh, this is that silly SVG frame that we imported. I think we need one more. What do we need? We need nutrition. But as I was saying, we should not. Okay, let me first group these sliders. First undo everything. Just group the sliders with their handle. Okay. Then all three of you are going to be vertically aligned. Something like this. I can always make the slider a bit taller when it's finished. So it's more visually balanced, but these icons should be as the same height if possible, or as closely designed as possible. I think what I'm going to do is this. You should be one pixel closer to each other. You should be reframed. Okay. Your color might change, sir. Let's see. Um, water icon is really quite big there. Maybe we'll find something else for that. It's too big. Not even visually balanced here. But let's continue our work. Sun. Let's focus on nutrition and then fixing things. Now, nutrition is essentially MPK. But by nutrition, we essentially also mean if there's enough soil. There's enough soil, there's enough nutrition. Not necessarily, but there is no soil. Definitely, there's not enough nutrition. Now, if you actually do aquaponics, of course, there won't be soil. There will be just the nutrients in the water. But I think it's a common symbol to think that if there is less soil, there will be less nutrition. Therefore, I think we'll go back to that fertilizer thing and with some soil. Let's actually type soil and see if we can actually. I like this. it's the particles, that nutrients sort of floating like that. I like this, really. Cool stuff. Might be hard to see though when it's 36 pixels. Let's just take this and see if it actually is even viable. I think we have a few pixels margin there, I believe. Let's make this 40. See if it's gonna fly here. I think we could take it one notch down, 38. Yep, the top is fine. I think we could pick a brown color for nutrition, because you know. This is such a big block. Um, because if we essentially have the same block here with less nutrients in the soil, let's see how this is gonna balance out. So put the scroll bar away, make this bigger, take all this, distribute them or tidy up, and most likely you need to be somewhere here. Copy, I mean group. We should group you too. Fine. Actually, now you move away. I don't care. I thought I grouped all these. I didn't. Oh, I undid because they were. Let's lock this. This is where things get really, really large. Time to ungroup everything. Well, should all be right aligned. Should all be centered-ish. You. Okay, first things first. This is still too big. I think we get the idea. This wind symbol, too big. Frame yourself. Might even be too big anyway, but color will change. So the sturdiness, um, I think that kind of makes sense. Thirst and sunlight, they should be swapped. That's hardly the issue. Can we do shift V to swap their position? Then another shift V, another shift V. Yeah, this square thing is breaking the immersion. This water drop is also too big. Kind of mean moisture by that. What did we write? Thirst. This sort of evaporation is also, I think that makes sense, right? Because we were debating earlier about the opposite interpretation of the word nutrition versus thirst. When one metric is high, say nutrition slider is high, it will mean that it actually has high level of nutrition. But when the slider is high in thirst, so that means it's thirsty. So it's not good. You want that to be low. But it's a common practice that when players look at things, that the values should kind of indicate that, well, if high is good, then show every possible metric high if it means something good. Should not be interpreting it the other way under certain keywords. Like high in sunlight range slider here, that means it's getting too much sunlight. Whether it's a good thing or not, that's again interpretation, but like the plant likes it or not, we'll see. But at least you know it's actually getting a lot of sunlight. Um, Here too, like it's too windy, sturdiness. And this is also a little bit weird too, because if it's high, does it mean it's sturdy? Yeah, really, thirst and sturdiness, those two keywords are problematic. I think this might be a subtle change here, but this should not be blind. I mean, 2C, 2C, it's too subtle difference, but Okay, gosh. So let's actually swap this thing with moisture. So we could maybe do like a one dot, I mean one drop, less evaporation, high evaporation. Because that's basically what we mean here. It's not thirst, it's evaporation. Because if there's high evaporation, then it's gonna get thirsty. Or the soil is actually drained too quickly, so you need to add more water. If it's low, then you add more. Smash icons. Anything else that looks interpretation wise simpler? Much the same thing, it's just part of the set. Uh, SVG, free downloads, smash icons, copy link, edit to credits. I think we already have smash icons. Good. Every time you attribute, you get 10 plus to your karma. How are you measuring that? Anyway, not really caring for karma right now. Let's open it here. Let's see if we can actually make some changes. I think I could remove some of this stuff in Figma anyway. I think 36 was the happy number. Let's stick you in this, guys. Undo. I might have to reverse this. There is more of a tricky, 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 tricky. Copy and paste. Yeah, it did it again. It put it out of the. This has to move. This. That. You need to cut out some of your. Go away. Oh boy. You actually create a shape instead of object there. Why? I don't get it, but I also don't get it. Of course, now the shape is not complete. Need to connect these two pieces. Then all this is also gonna go. Can we merge these two points? Let's see, vector, delete and heal selection. Okay, that was interesting. Kind of have to do that for other things here too. I want to keep this middle part. Need to get rid of all this. Not quite. Where did it go? We don't need this. Just need this part to snap here. And we need this to be delete and heal selection. Shift backspace. Actually change the shape there. I know actually screwed it up. I fixed it, that's fine. That was actually black, the fill. But right now we can't fill it because it's not a closed shape. Shift backspace. Still not filled because it's not closed. Where is this not closed? Something is looking quite different right. Let's ungroup this madness. Ungroup. Where is that shape now? Why can't things work? Okay, fuck it. This is the madness shape. Holy fuck. I don't get it. Like, all these objects are not connected anyway, so make an ellipse, put lines here. Who cares? And then just duplicate this third arrow, curvy arrow, as separate object 3 times. Why do you have to connect it to the base of this shape anyway? Now it's just basically impossible to separate it. because I don't think we can do this by simplifying. Just actually change curves, but no. And this stupid thing is running it on all object actually, not even the selected part. Whole thing is grouped. You just ungroup yourself. Now at least this is selected. There's hope. When we simplify this, it's going to look horrible. We're going to reshape anyway. So we need to separate this parts here. So essentially, we are kind of cutting it. Where's knife? Still, I don't think this slice is that. Slice makes me slice you fireworks. And see, maybe. Yeah, it's about that frame, the hotspot and whatever that make web pages and different image sections work. That's what it is. Undo. That's the one. You knife like this. Did something. Shift R. Control R. Let's turn on. Put this here. And maybe we'll do snapping. Trying to zoom in somewhere in between, like 273. Where is the zoom level? Hit on screen, that's well. Anyway, I think this is it. Did you do it? So if I do it here, it cuts it. Do one more time. Okay, I refuse to work with the PT tools, shitty logic. Fuck it, I can draw this. Could have drawn this all just by myself. It's a fucking arrow with a curve. Okay, we'll just take it from here. Okay, this is stupid because there's already arrow. Okay, I think this could even be filled. Something like this, I think. Like this. Could always separate it, that's fine. I'm still discovering what all these options are doing. Because you just keep adding more, right? I think the best thing we can do right now is this. Use a dot. Um, okay. Just a pen, nothing fancy. Okay. Awesome. Good. Smart enough. You need to change your color to something so we can see what you are doing. Zoom in. Come here. There's this object. Do you control? No. No, not alt. So this is what we want. Your alt. Uh, Bezier curve. Alt here. No. First control and then do alt. Perfect. You need to be kind of vertical like this. You need to be vertical like this. Okay. And maybe something like that. That's fine. Control Alt need to be vertical like this. Control Alt something like this. Okay, good enough. I'm looking at my gray curve. Okay, that's fine. This, of course, has to be rounded. Actually, this is the join. Yes. Okay. So now we can actually fill in the selections, which means this fill, give me a fill. It's the heat. Okay. We'll put this shape in here. Just funnily enough, kind of this shape, but without the left part. Copy paste. Except it's not going to have this, nor this, nor that. Let's make the color a bit different. It's going to be inside that other object space. It's as if this object is masking the other one. But can we do paste inside in fireworks? Use as mask. Holy shit, what have we done? Okay, undo, undo. Mask group. I think those two things should be in reverse order, right? Okay, I can always position it. Let me take this out of question number 1. Does this order matter? Second, if I right click over vector 4 or vector 5 and I choose this option, does that even matter? I did over vector 4. Both results are the same. Makes me think this order can do this, this. I choose these two and I frame it. Let's use as frame it. How about we use this as a frame? Frame this selection. Still like that. What if we put it inside here? When you do it this way, it's gonna clip it. Now, something like this is kind of shocking thing, like ungroup. Okay, how can we mask things? This vector 5 or this one with the light gray uh, contour, use as mask. Now I will want this to be visible as well. So, okay, I'm going to copy and paste this somewhere else. Okay, but essentially this is going to be used as mask. And that was called vector 4. I'm going to call this wiggly arrow. Okay, wiggly arrow is the mask. Now, when this vector is going to be masked, where do you put this? Put it here. Nothing happened if you put it here. Okay, that kind of masked it. Okay, so this being the mask, it's masking everything until it sees this sort of mask. this. You do shape outlines of your shape. You don't. What does this do? Because now I have to put this in this space. What's the fucking? Because in fireworks you could have the fill color. Let me actually open and just confirm my observation of it. It's essentially two vector shapes. So here's some object with stroke color. Okay. And then you have another object. Could even be circle. Okay, something like it's going to have a horrible shape like that, I mean color. Okay, so what we are doing is this cut from here, paste inside, done. Why can't we have this in Figma? So now whether this mask is actually showing its own outline or not is a different thing. Could even have that. How can we do this here? I only want to have this wiggly arrow, hopefully without duplicating it. This makes me think it's supposed to do that, doing anything. Now I can see that the wiggly arrow actually is actually masking it. I see. Is it even mask? I think it is, yes. Because there's that shape. Yeah. Pass through. None of this matters. Mask group. Figma mask tutorial. Yeah, honestly, they have pretty much everything else done so beautifully. My expectation of this, I would cut this inner vector, choose this and paste inside. I don't think we have that. Paste over selection. That's just yeah. The only thing that makes sense here is still that use as mask. Yeah, okay, let's go and use the tasks. Let's turn off the music. That's what we did. What we did. Okay. Okay. I don't think we can have what we want because I know to a great level of confidence that how Figma works because it's basic. Whatever you are doing here is basically CSS. Objects, rotation, and everything else, the scale of things, basically CSS. So this is essentially using CSS mask. When you have a wiggly arrow here, this shape is the mask itself. So then there is nothing that is left from wiggly arrow in terms of fill and stroke. These effects are never kept. So then you need a copy of the original object. Problem though, when you place this object over your masked item, you can see through because you want this to be at the bottom. So you can try to do that by doing this. Yes, but the only problem is then you are still losing your whole mask because now the gray part's kind of not perfectly aligned. So I suppose the mask itself may not have all this stuff. Then, of course, when the mask has nothing else to show, well, what are you really showing? Vector, stroke, royally screwed. Yeah. It shouldn't be this hard. You know what? I'm done. You are going to have this. You're going to have this. You are going to have, and even maybe a different color. You're just going to be this. I don't, you're done. Rectangle. You're essentially rectangle. Okay, smarten up. You are just a round rectangle. Your color will be sort of earth color. You are that. Even this. You have a stroke color, okay? Your stroke color is essentially the same stroke color as this. Are going to be 3 pixel tall, going to be centered, that. Okay. shaping up. Now we have these bits here. L. Here's some L. You are going to be rounded. Back to music. Okay, so you are more or less that. Okay, copy, take it out, change the color to this color. Okay, done. Now we are going to duplicate you this. Maybe two more. I think they're equally spaced. Can we actually take one of you as a vector shape just for a rising effect? Group, copy, paste, done. There's some kind of a shape here. Copy, paste. Okay, change you. Stroke. There is no stroke. Change you to something like this. Okay. Let's see. I think this should be made so can I get away with that by making it, yeah, who cares? Done. Lighter. Okay. That's how it's done. Maybe we'll do this 2 more times. Like instead of 3. Instead of 4, it will have 3. That's what I'm trying to say. And let's go. Okay. Good enough. Let's do you 2 times. Group this, because otherwise things get too busy. This looks okay. Hmm. Change my mind. Okay. So how are you height wise now? 35 something. Bye bye. Copy. Go away. Go away. Go away. You're pissing me off. Paste. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, there is still enough water, less evaporation. Actually, it should be the other way around. Mistake. Mistake. It should have less water, more evaporation. Less evaporation, more water. Let's do this. I'm gonna do it. Group. You are still such a beast. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Maybe I'll actually cut down the bottom one, because if this is 1 and then just 2 is enough. Did you reframe yourself, sir? Maybe the window the icon is actually good, but maybe we'll actually use that for describing the weather conditions. For sturdiness or strength. Maybe we need something like dumb, but need to grab some water. Strong enough to stand. Could we actually get rid of this that property? What I was thinking. I think we need something like that. not the wind factor, but anything that determines the plant's sturdiness. Meaning, if you have the type of plant that likes to climb things but can't climb because it doesn't have a climbing surface, because things like that tend to grab onto things and basically instead of standing on their own weight, they are. I mean, the whole point of climbing is so they can actually get support. So for a plant like green beans, if the plant is not moving forward to its next phase, see the sturdiness level low for that plant. If it's sturdy, that means it has quality uh, stem growth, has a healthy body, which means it actually has higher uh, nitrogen content, that kind of thing. That sort of thing. So strength is, I mean, last resort could put a weight, the strength symbol here, called sturdy, along the same lines. Now I type strong, I type sturdy. You just automatically change it to did. We have not found results for sturdiness. Suppose we could also say toughness. Yeah, you look tough. Yeah, or just tough. Boy, let's get some internet help. Sturdiness, synonym. Solidity, solid. I still have to deal with that soil nutrition issue. Solid. 39 synonyms and antonyms for sturdiness. Backbone. Interestingly enough, they're describing backbone. Suppose I could have a thicker stem plant or a feeble one. Endurance, durability, 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 firmness. Yeah, Fermi, solid, substantiality, support. Support is the concept here. Support could be described by a bunch of things. Customer support, the plant is supported or not. How can I describe the plant is supporting its own weight? That kind of thing. Because maybe we'll have to put some, what is it called? Like a metal, it has a round shape, metal stick in the soil, and then the plant is resting, sort of like leaning against the metal ring that is held above the soil. Name. Cage, the plant cage. The plant cage. Yeah, cage. This is the one. This is a support mechanism. Plant cages and supports. How can I actually turn this into an icon? What is the minimum case? There's just a stick. Because we kind of want to occupy the space here too. The support is always going to be something. Support. Vertical support. Such thing as vertical. Weight. I think it's unrealistic to expect anything like that. An icon. I could make the most supported case. That's fine. I'm having a hard time visualizing the lower end of this. Yeah, it's clear that this is gonna go away. I think this is going to be support. It's the nutrition it gets, or evaporation it kind of suffers. Sunlight it gets, support it gets, what kind of temperature it actually this thing is in, you know. So if I had to make this, would be sort of like a 2, 3 lines and then maybe a circle at the top. It's kind of what it is. I think it's O. This, okay. L. This. Copy paste. Actually, Shift H. Copy paste. Shift X. Do this. Thing like this. Good. Why are you rotating? Just snap yourself here. And then anyone might ask, what the fuck am I seeing here? You will be right. But at least it's a support system. Suppose I have the top off and the bottom exists. It's going to have that same problem that I mentioned when objects on the left is too short. Let's try. Top will be off. This will be like that. It goes all the way to the back anyway. Perspective might be off. Essentially a few sticks here and there. Plant cage, plant support. Frames like this. This could also be the opposite too. In some cases, when things tend to spread out, it's leafy, so you could put it upside down. I suppose I could put just 3 sticks, like little support it gets. Then anything that actually has a round ring, anything that actually has the side support may mean that it actually has. So for you two, should group yourselves. I'll actually move you to Mono's page. Should group yourself. Always some missing element. This wasn't too bad. think the only thing that is really like the height wise is put yourself. Maybe we should round these so they should look a little bit more to be sort of off. One more here. Everything is pretty much 36 tall. I think we'll just move some of these around. And we might be done with that. It looks awkward, but what can you do? I hope it conveys that message. I think this could use a little bit more help here. Something wrong about the perspective. Maybe we'll make the color of these guys a little bit then make this top part too light perhaps. I think a bit less dark but silvery. I think that's going to fix the perspective a bit. Sure. Guess I'm getting used to it. I might be making it worse. And it looks like a creepy insect with little eyes. Oh, no. Either way, I think we should focus on this and maybe call it a day. It's been what, 5.5 hours? Some breaks, short breaks here and there, sometimes half an hour break, but I think it's enough. Now this cannot be a block shape. Everything else has some white to it. If anything, this may have half of it block, the bottom part, and the top part actually has a short plant or a long plant. Something like that. And I think we found that. Where did we find it? I think it was about nutrition. When you type nutrition, is it going to? I don't think it actually showed nutrition. Plant. I don't think we were that lucky. Going to show it like vitamins and such. Definitely wasn't soil. Would have been under fertilizer or fertilizing. Fertility. Fertility. Maybe it was under fertility. Who knows? See, that's one of the problems I mentioned. I'm not really collecting the references so far. I'm kind of using them. I might need the originals. They are kind of sitting in my hard drive, but was it when we hit the NPK and then we saw? I don't remember. It's this. Oh, soil. That's actually, maybe I actually read it because I was looking for dirt, right? Yeah, that was it. Maybe a piece of dirt. I think that was it. Dirt, dirt and dirt and however. Suppose it could be just this with one leaf versus three leaves. And what was that search term? Hmm? Get object? Do you know the name of this? Oh, I think I never downloaded that, right? I actually, yeah, I think I copied it from a page. That was the problem. Can I believe in search, not support? Endurance, soil, tough, soil. Okay, so it was soil then, because I see it here. That was dumb. Okay. So we are looking for something along these lines, but the block shape. Something like this. Position. I think the best thing we can do is this. Add a square shape, like some kind of pile, this or this. And the pile is going to be short and big on left and right side. And on the big side, on the right side, it will actually have some kind of chunks in the soil. So, in other words, something like this. Copy this from here, move yourself here, paste. Nope, don't paste there. Don't select anything. Keep selecting a frame and then basically puts itself in that frame space. Don't want that. We are essentially recreating this from here. I think I can create this. Maybe I don't need this. This it looks cute. It's fine. Just one shape. Just another shape. I'll fix the reference there. It's just one curve. Just another curve. One last curve. And curve. Escape. Done. Now let's fix the references. You should be flat. Should be flat. Should, oh, let's make this a different color. I can't see what I'm doing. Okay. Start fixing it from here. I think that's fine. It's perhaps too. I think you should, yeah, you should both contribute to this, not just this. I think you need to be altered. Yeah. I'll look at the overall shape after I'm done. It's too difficult to see right now. But looking at the reference, yes, I think we need some more fine detail work here and there. Getting there. You need to be altered. Yeah, I think overall this needs to be a round joint. There. And also round actually finishes that. This has to be fixed. Yeah. Whoop, whoop. This way. I think this is the overall shape. I'm happy with this. Let's do the plant. So I'll do this one part for the little guy, and then both of them for the big guy. I think we need a point here. Escape. Change your shape to this. Escape. Need. Yep. That's it. That's it. Just a bit more. And actually put you here because this is gonna come down with rounded joints, but you have to select the shape. Round everywhere. So yeah. Okay. See if you do fill. Does it do fill? Won't, because it's not a closed shape. That's I see. What if you copy this, paste it in the copied object, you do closed here, okay, and now you do fill. That's how you do it. So then your guy here says stroke. And this is just basic shape. This, 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 this. You did not close it. There, you closed it. Um, okay, you copy paste. Take your point here. H. Let's straighten this. Good. We could actually have the closed shape here, right? Stroke. This actually doesn't need a stroke, but I'll copy this, paste it here. This actually doesn't need a stroke. Anyway, Shift H. This is a slightly different shape, but more or less. So was it Shift Backspace? Actually, this probably is Shift Backspace. Let's fix the curvature here. More like an egg shape. And here, this is also going to be let's move the reference here. First, the colors are off, that's fine. Maybe this one is fine. Maybe the leaf has to be. We'll see. This is definitely going to need that inner shape. This. This. With the fill. The fill will have color like this. And I think this doesn't need that stroke. And the stroke will have color like also this is gonna go to the maybe these two can have a darker add some character to it. Holy moly. What are you doing? So what is your size? 35 height, 46-ish, or 36, or 30, 30-ish. You are too wide. It's too wide too. What I can do is this. Rotate it. Okay, move it here. So that actually takes it from here. at 36. Okay, we can actually manage this. Okay. That's fine. This is still wide. We have to fix that. Of course, this is not works. It's 40, okay. 6-ish. Actually, even 29. We can always make it. Thirty-two, 36, 32, 36. It's fine. So I think maximum space is sort of 36 to 36. Really. So it's more squeezed. Since this is a bigger one, let's make this. And then seven. Anything smaller, it's not gonna. 37 to. Let's group this. Move it. This guy's space. Thirty-seven. 4, 6. Not too far off. It's have to be good enough. You're gonna go away. We'll have a few dots here. What is going on? I keep copying and pasting it. Dude. Keep copying and pasting the fill here. You dumb? Yeah. Just copy the object. Looks like a poo monster. This also needs that that I did for the bottom. Section needs a lot more, maybe a lot bigger things. I think it's a good start, but I'll fix this visually. It conveys the idea. This the bottom part that missing the bottom section is not really helping. Not adding much to the quality. The plant's outline should be emphasized, but I think this is a good start. This is a big win, and maybe tomorrow or if I stream tonight, I'll actually work out the organization here, how the other uh, information parts are distributed. But I think for the time being, that's it. I'm going to conclude the stream. Maybe we'll see each other later.